Having said that, hello. How goes it, friends? Welcome to a new week. It's a new day. Hopefully the weekend treated you all well, Reticularis, Rhino. Hopefully y'all are doing quite good. I'm doing alright. So looking forward to once we beat this game, we'll have new games.
With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit.
See, this is what I was talking about. I clicked the button and it just threw me right in. But yeah, once we beat this game, we'll have a new game both on Tuesday and Wednesday. God knows what I'm gonna play on either of those days, but we'll see. I think we're just, yeah. We gotta...
As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes.
Last time on Beacon Pines.
The end.
We lost.
That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now.
So now, you know, we've got other options. We can struggle over at the Warehouse of Horrors. Or we can tickle. Instead of freaking, the weird lion cub out and knocking him into the goo, we can tickle him instead. It's time to bust out the tickles.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Oh yeah. While this is going. Well, hey Tish, wanna see something cool? Yup. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yup. Yup. Yup.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
Yup.
Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
Yup. I'm out of here. What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening us.
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be. See you around, new kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Uh-oh. What a little creep. Beck, I think you got a little ooze in your hair?
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? It depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh, God. No, sweet. I kind of forgot about it.
4.
Here, let me...
The best policy.
What is the best policy?
Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her, but finding Rollo was his primary concern.
At least it was only a little white splotch of, you know, in her fur. Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did a kid with gray hair just run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. I don't care who she is. What happened? We were just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
We're running out of time.
In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I weren't playing in Weepwood yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse. But someone was there in a strange suit. And we hid in the dumpster and had a heavy bag dropped on us. and I think it was a body. And so we ran, but we got split up, and I ran home. And it's all my fault! And now my best friend may never come back! Wow. Just... wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. Wanna help? It's too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around, I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sounds like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. You really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies. Wait at the treehouse in case Rollo shows up. Oh, we bouncing? We bouncing?
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start.
Whoa! Don't sneak up on an old fella like that.
Sorry. Who are you talking to?
What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really.
The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet?
Not yet.
Long time for a boy to lose his way.
Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost.
I suppose you're right. Silly boy's antics would have gotten this whole town worried sick.
Antics?
We all know Rollo likes to play his little pranks.
You think this is a prank?
What other possible explanation could there be?
He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Someone took him. I know it.
How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy. There's something you know. Something that could help your friend. You need to tell folks.
Dude, the music's so intense.
Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face.
What up, Tinka? How you doing? Boy's got hops. He do got hops. Little... Is he a deer? What is he? I don't know what Luca actually is, to be honest.
There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all.
Antelope? Deer? Moose?
It
Not a
was
moose.
subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him.
There was a shame? There was a shame.
There was a shame lurking behind those eyes.
Is that doesn't sound... A shame?
A deep sadness.
Mountain goat? Yeah, maybe a goat.
If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing?
Uh-oh. Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster.
The dumpster? What are you doing in there?
At first, we were looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him.
You got scared by some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster.
But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body.
I'm sure it was just some trash.
No, there was a name tag. It said deep engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
But you Van Horns just can't help yourselves, can you? We were all so close to being done with this.
With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing?
It's out of my hands
The
now.
door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet.
What?
The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop.
The inside of the phone booth is now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Did the floor drop out from under him and he fell? Or did the whole phone booth go down? Is there an inside layer to the phone booth that went down? I'm misunderstanding what I just read.
He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom.
It's hard to know when it's told and not shown. It just says the inside of the phone booth is now a loose capsule. Capsule implies a container. The inside of the phone booth is not a container. So unless there is some kind of like second wall inside the phone booth, I'm pretty confused.
He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
How many dead ends have we hit on the Choose Your Own Adventure? What was it, 3 now? Well, either way, that seems... Unless we get a different option for the MCDC or Windows to the Soul, or kind of... Which it looks like we might. All of them? Yeah. As you can tell, the way the branches end on the book to the right... Hold on. And so far I've gotten 3 dead ends. And all 3 of them have further paths, so... We just gotta find the correct... Bring it back, baby! Seems loud. Is this loud for you guys? At least the music's loud. Let me turn down the music in-game. This is a story about struggle.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3.
Whoop.
Everything's fine.
True? At least you can turn it down. That's the nice thing. Actually, that was one of the small benefits of buying the external sound card, the Scarlet, is that I have like 3 different ways to turn down volume on my end in comparison to you guys as well. So even if it's not loud for you guys, it can be loud for me and I can turn it down just for me. And vice versa. If it's like on point for you guys and it's too quiet, I can turn it up on my end. So some useful things.
The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. Uh-huh. So that'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So what did you and Rolo get up to yesterday? Oh, Rolo had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town. I set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. Mm-hmm. One from Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. Another from Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed. He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There are some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now while the day is still young. Oh yeah. Gotta get a capture card too. I don't know what's good. I've had only a few problems with mine, but I've heard pretty bad things. Like I know Meshi's had some problems with his Elgato. A variety of problems nonetheless. And I used to have problems with mine, but I haven't had a problem for fucking 2 years now. But it's been a mixed bag. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. Not a lot of options for him. I've seen some options. EVGA makes a capture card. Pretty cheap one, too. Oh, yeah, boy. Can I, like, throw? I want to throw the jam.
Okay. Sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying. Good news, no boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what did you find? Give me the dirt.
Something happened. There was someone else there.
What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens.
No.
Zombies?
No.
Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be?
Rolo, shut the fuck up. I gotta deliver this. We'll catch up after.
Oh, is it the whole thing? Sounds like it's a whole thing.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight.
Not sure what this treehouse is you speak of?
Meet me at Mission Control.
Roger that, Space Cadet.
Kids, man. Yo, listen how whimsical this track is. I love it. Which one's Mrs. Fratelli? Have we met her? Oh. Is this one Mrs. Fratelli? No. Who are you? Not you. Anger from the past, mistakes not yet made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. Oh heavens, what a burden to bear! Not the library. Who do I give these to? I don't know these people. Do I have a map? Mr. Tolliver. Alright, whatever. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed.
Okay, you seem chipper.
Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is.
So, do you want your jam?
Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself.
I guess she's busy today.
Luca handed the jam to Mr. Nuncreed, and he nestled it with both hands.
Well, I'll just have to finish this batch off quicker than normal. You tell her to go ahead and get started on my next order.
You got it. Dude, Nungreed's such a fucking creep. Like, I know he's the bad guy, or a bad guy, but like, what a creep, man. Mr. Wilder, I trust you have some time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival.
Well, yes. That is the news of the day.
But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it is endowed.
I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are so interested in this town's future, rather than any one family in particular.
There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about.
Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, changes are dangerous.
If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy.
My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine.
Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. It's true. Sometimes you just gotta look at a guy and not respond to them at all. That is the way to handle it. A fun life pro tip: if someone is shouting at you in public, just casually be like, "This is why you shouldn't get drunk in public." Just repeat that over and over. I have never been up here. Looking at is a kind of response. Yeah, sometimes it was like that stare that the cat did last time we streamed this. Just stared at him. I don't like it when people look at me and don't say anything. Hey, Dawn. Hey, what's up?
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
I got you on jam delivery, huh?
Yep.
Hey, Dawn, have you noticed anything weird around town lately? What sort of weird? Stuff going on at the old Valentine building? You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So, what's going on? Can't say quite yet. I still need to follow up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop, okay? Sure thing. Have you seen the new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them is working for William Kerr in Perennial Harvest. And the other is working for Eris Valentine. And the Valentines represent Beacon Pines' past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations. I can imagine. I like Dawn. Dawn's pretty okay. That yawn made me yawn? That wasn't even a real yawn. You got baited, son. Hello. Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam runner. Hey, Mrs. Fratelli. Look at you.
She leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your gran not feeding you? She is. It's just... I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember it, but you and her used to help out at the dinner, or in the diner. It's pretty good. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute running around your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? Break? I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her son.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh, let's see here.
Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
They even have my name on them. How thoughtful.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello for me, Luca. Will do. What is that voice in the dialogue appears? It's just like how some games have like text, like noise when the text pops up. It's just that. But that's the sound of them speaking. But no one's voicing them, you know. Can I go down? Oh my god, I can go down? Why does the title have finale in there? Because we're gonna finish this today. When did you play this? Friday. Not Friday, Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert, you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Must have missed it. It was a pretty short stream. It was sub 2 hours on Thursday. Thursday, it was pretty warm, and it wasn't hot enough to get the AC on, so my room started getting clammy. So I was like, fuck it, we'll finish this later. I thought I would finish it Saturday, but then something happened Friday night, which kind of waylaid me all weekend, so...
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. No bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Gran had some jam I'm supposed to give you.
He leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. She wrote your name on them?
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Oh, yes, the jam! Thank you so much for delivering this jam to me. The jam?
He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste.
This is my last delivery. Can I just leave the basket here with you?
Of course. Of course.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. Tolliver is, Hey, you! Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect. Follow me. Were you? Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? What just happened? Will? Hey, what a crazy coincidence! Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful! Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what is your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Alona. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So you both can stop obsessing about me and making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that, for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, One down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nelly means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. What even is she? I don't understand. Okay, clearly, we have cat on the left, we have deer, we have chipmunk. Who is the albino lady? Which one is particulars? It's not the correct question. It is 2023. Did her mother ever tell her not to follow any strangers? I mean, they're kids. They're hanging out. You can relax. A friend has been friended. Oh my god, current year. It's true, though. I still want to know what kind of animal that is in the rain. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him, and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. I just don't get it. What are the rounded ears? Cats don't have rounded ears. What is she? I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome? I owe you one. My mom's a great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is the little cottage next to the big mansion place. Cottage? College? Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one on this whole friend grift. Collage. See you there. I already told you I'm the oldest Zoomer ever. I get outraged at things. I unironically enjoy Zoomer humor sometimes in very specific samples and scenarios. Who the fuck are you? Good morning, Jeff.
What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me.
Magic is post-ironic? No, I'm pre-ironic. I'm counterculture. People hate Zoomers, so I'm now a Zoomer. That's how I roll, baby. Come on now, it's not all that bad. The festival's coming up.
Festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cockamamie shindigs all the time. And where did that get us?
Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town.
As far as I see it, the difference between the old Valentine Company and the new Perennial Harvest outfit.
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
There's a difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana.
But those are both garbage.
Exactly.
Poignant. If I were locked in a room, right this instant, with insert universal evil, and insert another universal evil, with a gun and 2 bullets, I'd shoot myself twice. My man's having a hard Monday, huh? Sorry to hear that, Mesh. But that's okay. Because that means the weekend will be that much better for you, my friend. I'm pretty sure that's how that goes. So, who all lives in that house? Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy little kid in the vest? That sounds like the one. So just 3 people live in that huge thing. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens like that all the time in a place like that. Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring? Pretty much. What a waste. My mom says that it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the Foul Harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this Foul Harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually, you're going to explain to me how the harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Triple triad is done. You should peek into stream related. Let me see. Tunic! Look at that plushie. Look at this adorable little bastard. Look at that adorable little bastard. My god. That is an adorable little bastard. That adorable little bastard has no business being such an adorable bastard. It's Fox Lad in marketable plush form. It's even, what did it say? It says, the Tunic Huggable Fox plushie is here. It's got a magnetic squishy sword and shield. So those are magnetic, neat. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle that.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills.
Midwheel.
Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them.
She's a gardener.
She could do that.
So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Beck, manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
If anyone, you know what, if anyone has the opportunity, can y'all look up what kind of animal Ilona is? Like, just Google Ilona Beacon Pines or something. Like, because I don't want to do it for fear of spoilers. If y'all can help a guy out. Because she's an albino something or other. We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. Which one is Ilona? The white one, the albino one. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck! I'm sorry, Luca. This move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So, Beck said that you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Ow! I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her their newest lead researcher of deep engineering. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture. Evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. You swore you didn't!
Beck slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca! How about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rollo soon.
Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. Not even last night's storm could wake you.
I need to be able to get a gravel. I want to be St. Jube.
Not even. That's way too much gravel. Not even last night's storm could wake you.
That's not it. I don't know. I'd have to hear it. I need that gravel in my life, though.
Why walk when you can ride?
I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you for all the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck. Yeah.
Make a special trip just for you, Sam Prime.
Wait up! I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
Sky has got... Oh, I like that. That's a fun usage of the word break.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
You want to know what is Ilona? I do. If you just have what kind of animal she is, that is brilliant. Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised to Rollo I'd tell him about it.
Luca stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promised you'd tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. Won't it spoil you? I don't think so. I mean, the kids go... you can tell most of them, so... I don't think figuring out what kind of animal she is a spoiler. She's a ferret. Interesting. I never would have guessed that, to be honest. Huh. You can come to the treehouse, and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah!
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? I thought Nellie's a squirrel? No, Nellie's a chipmunk. It's a bit different, I think. At least I'm pretty sure Nellie's a chipmunk. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me! What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Eris Valentine. Nellie's a gerbil? Fantastic. I would not have guessed gerbil either. I thought it was a chipmunk. Then again, oh yeah. Chipmunks have big bushy tails, so I don't know if Nellie had a tail. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order.
Well, of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned. There's nothing to worry about.
The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it.
I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common thread.
Now this is what I'm talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything?
I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part and let me handle the rest.
I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face.
Yes, the truth will come to light.
I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful.
Wow, I was expecting shady, but that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
That was not a twist I saw coming.
Chapter 5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
I missed everything. What twist just happened? Gran is, well, at least part. She was wearing the hazmat suit. Gran, man. Gran! Grandmom. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my Gran. That was your Gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Only you must jump, Cat. Cat, if you are not jumping, you're not doing it right. All buttons lead to jump.
For the last time, there's nothing to worry about.
Of course, we're not worried.
The clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
What does that mean? Like, I've heard the phrase minding your P's and Q's, but what does that actually... What does that mean?
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it.
Absolutely. If you'll just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate, you'll be out of your hair in a flash.
Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
He made it funny. Avoid Nuncreed at all costs. Listen to that piano roll. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. Can't wait. Mind your P's and Q's is an English language expression meaning mind your manners, mind your language, be on your best behavior, watch what you're doing. Attempts at explaining this origin of phrase go back to the mid-19th century. I'm just... yeah, I get what it means. I was just... It's such a... Like, dotting your I's and crossing your T's, that's like a literal thing. That's the exact same thing. You know, it's being diligent, doing what you're supposed to do, and... being vigilant that you haven't made mistakes and stuff like that, but it's just... Like, that's practical. What the hell is a P and a Q? Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So, what's your buddy Rollo like? Rollo? He's... Rollo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the Foul Harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this Foul Harvest thingy is. It's kinda a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of me. I'm kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used as fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or air, or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed the Valentines. The Foul Harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. Next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick? Yep. For some reason, their farm was hit harder than the others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep. First thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels, one town over for a week, while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going.
It's about time.
Who's about to give up and go home? Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rollo.
I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in construction.
I've seen worse looking piles of junk.
Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about?
Yeah.
While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days.
Sounds like a big cover-up. They definitely, Though, as a cover-up, I'm unsure. Because, like, who would be covering what up? Good Christ. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Oh, okay, so... It was a competing fertilizer company, probably spiked the water. Put Valentine's out of business. Eris Valentine is testing the I don't know, whatever is in the factory now, so that they can put Perennial Harvest, kick them out of town and put them out of business. That would make sense to me as of right now, based on the information we got. Is this like... Is this post-pre-irony? Like, what is this? Why do I enjoy it so much? They killed Valentine, poisoned the crops, came in and removed the evidence. Yeah, something like that. It was brilliant. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades his junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So basically, they're USA. True. Yeah, that's standard business over here. Come on. Y'all acting like it's all big and bad and shit like that, without admitting our whole economy is built on big and bad. There's someone posing as an agent who needs to talk to me. You know, posing.
So, pretty sweet security, right?
It was imaginative, I'll give you that.
Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit?
I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess?
Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about Valentine Warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there.
What were they doing?
I don't know, but the place was lit up and active.
Maybe they were squatters?
I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running.
A man pulled you in?
Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman.
How did you get away?
I grabbed a rock or something and broke the mask. They let go and I ran.
Dang.
That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran. Wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. Clandestine. Clandestine? This treehouse is dope. I wish I had a treehouse, at any point. I wish I had one right now. Shit. Get a treehouse, insulate it, put in some AC, hook it up to power, hook up internet. Just climb into my treehouse for a nice streaming session, boys. Right? How fucking bougie can one person be? I mean, they'd be making their own, like, acai berry smoothies or something. To be that bougie.
So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine Warehouse? almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit? And then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine?
Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town's kind of awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense.
And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader's your gran and she tried to murder you.
First of all, for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it wouldn't have been my gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe.
Your gran is weird, but she might be doing might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide?
I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me. After
his mom went missing.
Did you know your gran before? Not really, no. It'd been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up.
You could say the same thing about your family, but you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house.
If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. Well, I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. And we can start getting to the bottom of this.
I'm always game for a good snoop.
You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair.
Ooh, layer. L-A-Y-E-R.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
Sorry, speaking of food, your boy needs a Tums. I love me a good Tums. Gotta live that Tums life, man. This shit's how do they get away? How do they get away with not posting the dietary information on this shit? I swear to God, these tablets or whatever, they gotta be like 80% sugar. Technically medicine? I think medicine and booze needs to be... They need to have their dietary information included. They really should. What time is it? They are 1 carb per tum. It's not that bad, I guess. Rollo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head.
Oh, this? It helps me think.
You're gonna need a lot more of those.
Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. Coast is clear?
Yep. Whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day.
Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for.
maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence.
She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo.
Drat, it may already be too late. Just think of the amount of documents lost to ash.
Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah. The closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first? No dice, it's locked.
Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now.
Dude, I'm fucking... Oh my god, that one line has made this whole game. It stands to reason that it is what it is. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes.
Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush?
True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine.
Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of a detective work!
Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on.
This is beneath my standing!
Stop complaining and hold still.
Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah, I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup and...
As Beck pulled on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling.
Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes.
So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out! Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe?
Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good.
We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. I just keep coming up with this name, Pepe Sylvia!
What do we have here?
Barrels marked caution explosive? And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town.
What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making?
She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs. Right?
Only one way to find
Rollo
out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And... ink?
What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli.
A grand jamgram?
It says, last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go.
Oh man, are they doing a heist?
Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right?
You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here?
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there?
It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it?
One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle.
The fuck did you just say?
That's where all the meaty bits live.
Wow. I had no idea we were in the presence of a preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
He stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Willoughby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscle and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Willoughby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy!
Yeah, that's kinda disturbing. Who's Joseph?
That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Willoughby claims the tap water at his home had been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions.
It's like it came back to the report later and made those notes.
So it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Here, this writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends.
What? There has to be more!
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Well, Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean by enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit!
Luca slammed the drawer shut.
Dude, 12-year-old. He's right, you know, about the cheeseburger? I mean, he's right. You still gotta eat the whole cheeseburger, though. You saved the best part for last, man.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy.
Is your gran a serial killer? 'Cause I'm starting to get a vibe.
Don't be ridiculous.
Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart.
She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My moms are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye.
killer's chosen her next victim!
We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map.
Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo.
Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map.
Can't fault that logic.
Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow
Rollo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right to
He jabbed down at the end point.
town square.
That's the fountain in the middle of town.
What a weird place to hide treasure.
Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on the map has that same symbol as those explosives over there.
So it's not hiding treasure? A real bummer.
Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month?
The festival!
Did you just say gulp?
This feels like a gulp kind of situation.
Everyone will be gathered near the center of town.
She's gonna blow up the festival!
Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what?
No, I heard it too! That was the front door! Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs! Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps.
Here's some forward in the floorboards.
The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
I did it wrong. Oh! Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
You!
thump,
I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump,
I'm just here to help. Just...
thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rolo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Oh, I didn't know I had it in me. There's only one way to find out.
Holy crap, Rolo, that was awesome! Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rolo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver? If it weren't for you... if it weren't for you kids.
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation. The fuck? A 3-point circle? Bruh.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell rung.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here.
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town? An archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes?
Luca gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives? I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
Do his lips not function if he's tied up? Yeah, that's kinda obvious. Like, these are kids. They're idiots. You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought to...
He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
Light!
Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there. I just realized it's my chuscus. It's like a slightly less whimsical chuscus. Let the adults handle this.
They looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
But that's not the end, because they have to go through with the bombing, right? The kids are still going to figure out what's going to happen. Come on.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Gross. Let's see, we have incendiary, but nowhere to use it yet, so we're going back for the clouds to rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Holy shit, it's so loud. Holy shit. it's so fucking loud, bro. Oh my god. Remember, kids, audio is a constant and ongoing issue. Rumble with nut. And what are we looking at soon? Distant Worlds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. That was a very odd way of putting it. That gerbil has a tail. Is it a gerbil? Are we sure she's a gerbil? I've never seen a gerbil with a damn tail. No, she's the ferret. The other one's the gerbil. Luca, Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff's still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest. Either way, they both have tails, and I've still never seen a gerbil with a damn tail. Oh, wow. Rollo and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
Dude, that's frustrating. This storm is frustrating. Audio, man. I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static. Oh, shucks.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Weird can be cool.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Damn, dude. Let's try 70. Pungent.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview Condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going-away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's sort of the thing I would do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep them is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected. At least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
You ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? I'm not a lonely. Well, Rollo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? It didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little, don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then, what do you do when you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own, though. You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know. Something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe! Stop jerking me around! I just want things to go back to the way they were! Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright, that things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse! Screw this town! Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks! I hate it! I hate that I hate it! Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere?
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow. I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. And it's gone. See you and Rollo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace.
Is there a worse smell than wet dog? And why is it wet person?
He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes.
Gonna say glue? I don't know, it depends on the glue, I guess, but I don't find glue to be that offensive of a smell.
This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
I mean, outside of like the obvious awful smells like sulfur or something, you know.
Oh, you want the worst smell in the world? Just go to a garbage dump.
Like, duh. There was a salad here last Friday that smelled like glue, and I wished I had no nose. Is that any time like making pho or sauerkraut? Infamous moments of I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh, Batgirl. Hey, Dawn. Dragging a lead. You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out, when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. Peculiar how? He didn't just give his kids as an inheritance, there were conditions. Like what? Document stipulated that the heiress had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age, who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo! So Eris was forced to take care of him? Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has old Sharper sowed some wild oats. And that explains why Eris treats him. Or Solomon. How'd you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. Fair enough. No, there's the stuff, like, obviously smells bad. Like, I like the smell of sauerkraut, but I can understand that people wouldn't. Pho, people like the smell of that. I fucking hate it. But there's things that are supposed to smell bad and, like, are universally accepted as smelling good. Like, gasoline is one of those things, right? I'm pretty sure everyone has gone to a gas station and be like, oh. At least once in their life. Oh, we gotta go to the, yeah. You shouldn't smell gasoline for long. Yeah, that's true. It's like staring at the sun. In small increments, it's a fun time.
There's a reason I have glasses.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Just locking up for the night, sir.
Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule.
Not exactly, sir.
The storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided?
Yes, sir.
I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We're all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes?
Yes, sir. There, you know, I'm gonna start voicing him like Kermit, because the damn, yes, sir. Very much, sir.
What'll happen if you smell gasoline for too long? It's the fumes get in the brain, getting the oxygen. You know, because when you're breathing in, the lungs transmit the stuff into your blood. Do you want to be the one who tell this town we failed them?
No, sir.
That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we got sleepy?
Of course not, sir.
Good. Then it's decided.
Yes, sir. We'll work till the task is done.
See that you do.
The harvest awaits. Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog.
Classic.
Hello, sir. Going to hang out with Miss Piggy, sir.
Rollo, you still up there?
I'm sorry.
Hold on, I gotta...
Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment.
Nope, that's not it.
Is that it? Come back never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset.
Oh, what makes you say that?
No, that's not it. How did I... I lost his voice. Shit.
Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason?
Now I got like a stupid... I feel like it's close, but it's not it. I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up.
Liar! You weren't even home!
What?
The storm got bad and I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there.
I hadn't made it back yet.
I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam.
No, The storm rolled in out of nowhere, and I got stuck after dinner at Beck's.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck?
She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends.
New friends? I spent all day waiting for you. And you were off making new friends?
It's not like that, Rollo.
You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship.
What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response.
Indignant.
Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me.
Of course I care, you ass!
I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you, but I kept my word. 'Cause that's what friends do.
Oh, wow, what a noble sacrifice you made.
Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You could stay out as long as you want. Hey, you wouldn't even get in trouble.
Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca.
Stop quoting your pa's nonsense like it means anything.
Yeah, at least my pa's still around.
Holy shit.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca,
Good night, Rollo.
Dang it.
That was rough. Luca's a boy? You didn't know that?
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
He's 12. Ball. Fuck you, Ball. Fuck you, Ball. Fuck you, Ball. I'm gonna break the lamp. Look at me, my amazing family.
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
Break the lamp! Oh. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Weep.
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
Luca, you slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. Just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I gotta run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone.
Luca is exactly like Magic. That's wrong. Luca had a friend he could lose. Already one step ahead of me.
He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
I bet Rollo is still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable. Colin about to bust in here and beat your ass in love.
Yeah, fuck you, ball! Almost. Come on. Break the lamp.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here. Thanks. Rolo came by. What'd he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rolo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Fuck that. If I learned anything from playing Life is Strange, is that you avoid all of your problems. Forever? All the time. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first volume.
Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read.
Wait, how did those books even get up there? He can't. He can't reach that. Why would anyone put books up there? His books up there. Why would anyone put his books up there? He can't reach them. Yeah, ignore all your problems like me right now. Yeah, that way you can't be at fault. Yeah. It's got to be someone else's fault. Because if it's not someone else's fault, that means it's my fault, and fuck that. True life lessons from Life is Strange. Great game. Love that game. You think Luca can't jump? What are you implying? White goats can't jump? It's not a goat, it's a deer! Or something. Antelope? I think Luca's a deer. I think.
Rolo had received it for his birthday.
Anyone ever seen a white deer?
A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rolo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rolo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rolo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca, another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Mudwell? She said you met yesterday? What'd she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rolo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table. In case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all, and allowed his weary eyes to close.
Yeesh!
Luca stood in a vast black expanse.
When the depression hits real hard. You once saw a white deer but killed it for her scene? As well you should, the hunt god demands! Sorry, moving on.
He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad? Where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself.
Save the girl or save the town. Those are your choices.
Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine? Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen? Whatever you and Rolo fought about doesn't matter. But
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. Mm-hmm. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Adorable. Now get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. That's true for everyone, by the way. If you're ever upset and or if someone's ever upset at you, buy them a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last-minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. All right. I love you, Luca. I love you too. Magic Stealth edits the stream
Luca
name.
took a deep breath.
No, this is the end. It's look. I looked at the how long to beat. It said main story 5 hours, main plus extra 6. I expect another hour and a half of this and we'll be done. All right.
Chapter 6. Through Thick and Thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding.
Anyone else hear that breath during the change of files? You know, media files between worse and all. You want a corn dog? I want a corn dog. I don't even remember the last time I've had a corn dog. I don't go out to like fairs or anything like that, so that would be dope. To be honest, I don't even remember the last time I had fried food. It's been years. I think we all owe it to ourselves to go get a small package of State Fair corn dogs and bake them in an oven. Definitely don't fry them.
If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Or air fryer? Maybe air fryer. I've never even considered that. It seems like it'd be too thick for an air fryer, right? Like you'd have to manually shake that shit around so that one side doesn't burn. Don't know. Don't tempt me. I made the 4th thing I've ever made in a rice cooker. So, obviously in my rice cooker I've made rice. I've made oatmeal in it before, which wasn't great. It didn't turn out great. I've talked about making my rice cooker chili before. I finally did it. I broke down and made a rice cooker pancake. The motherfucker was 1.5 inches thick. And it was dope. You made rice in a rice cooker? Absolute mad lad. It's true though. Wouldn't it be quicker to directly put the corn dog into the toilet? Quicker, yes. Satisfying? No. There you are! Luca! Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. Only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now, I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. I think he's at mission control? Or he's either at the library or at mission control. Probably the library, actually. Made a huge thing of fried rice yesterday. Rice, scallops, artificial crab, broccoli, onion, spring onion. Is there a meat that doesn't go well with fried rice, to be honest? I can't think of one. I'm sure, like, if you pull some, like, obscure shit like gator or something. Hot dog? I bet if you... Spam is really good in fried rice, so I'm certain that if you dice up a hot dog, it would work as well.
Well, I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed.
Good.
Now you tell me what you needed it for.
It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy.
This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it?
All you need to know is that it's good for the family. You want some fried rice now? Already bought food today. RIP! I had... Actually, speaking of hot dogs, I had 2 hot dogs for lunch. I had 2 hot dogs and some tater tots. And, That was pretty good. Probably why I needed the Tums, to be honest. But I got nothing planned for dinner. Last Chance Diner. I don't know. I really don't have anything planned for dinner. I can make fried rice. Did you wrap the tots around the dogs? What? How does that work? Wrap the tot. If you had asked me if I had topped the dogs with the tots, maybe I could have done that. But what? No. Actually, interestingly enough, I ran out of mustard. I tried Texas Pete on hot dogs for the first time ever. Not bad at all. Hey, Luca.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. The first? Yeah, the Texas Pete was not bad at all, to be honest, though I was expecting it to be spicier. Texas Pete is good, but it has no spice. You don't cook anything there, so all you can eat tonight is peanut butter crackers? Oof. You gotta, I don't know, is this your time to shine with fast food? Maybe you can DoorDash. Lunch and dinner. Texas Pete isn't about hot. I need hot, man. I need to combine Texas Pete with the hot sauce. Rolo does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Ahem. On planet Tharple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want to hint, the offer still stands. On planet Tharple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue. Magic here slicing the dogs in half like a hot dog bun and then slicing the tots into it, stuffing the tots into it. Unironically, my nan used to take like those jumbo thick hot dogs, slicing down the center, stuff it with cheese and wrap it in bacon. And then she would bake that in an oven. And yeah, it's as good as it sounds. Blankets in a pig? It's a pig in a pig blanket. Stuffed with cheese. I just got fatter listening to you say that, and I'm fine with it. It was pretty fucking great. I really enjoyed that. But then I was like 10 at the time, so you know, just offer me a hot dog, I'll eat it. But yeah, it was pretty dope, I gotta admit. I was a fan. Yeah, she did that. She is where I got hot dogs and sauerkraut. She had a lot of hot dogs as a kid, alright? No judgment. But, she was where I got the recipe for hot dogs and sauerkraut. Sausage balls is where I got it from my nan. And, salmon patties. Which you take pink salmon from the can. You mix it with Bisquick or something? Half Bisquick, half pink salmon, then you fry it up in a patty. Also very good. That's your dad's favorite? It's a good one. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. My favorite is fettuccine alfredo. I was gonna say chicken fettuccine, but to be honest, just name a meat and it's good in alfredo. Shrimp, crab, chicken. You know, I've never had beef or pork, but I'm sure those would be fine too. So.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Do.
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's,
That was
turning on the lamp.
That was pure luck, to be honest. I was thinking about like beef in Alfredo, and then I was like, wouldn't that just kind of be like a cheesy, not stromboli? What's the like Swedish meatballs kind of, except with cheese?
As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Aw, Rollo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in grub cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Rift in grub cart. Griffin's grub cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then? Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Yeah, that's all
Jeff's
that.
hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects when there are no crops.
My nan was the one that came up, like, you know, the 2 hot dogs and the salmon patties and sausage balls. My grandmother, on my father's side, she was not a cook. She was one of those types that did not use spices at all. So I ain't getting nothing when it comes to culinary fun for that. Yeah, that's, I have an interesting story. When my dad went to college, he, for the first time in his life, had whole milk because, he had only ever drank reduced fat milk growing up. And at that moment, he realized, like, how much he enjoyed food. Because for 18 years of his life, his mother, my grandmother, I mean, she'd been a terrible cook. Just awful. Like, boiling all of her vegetables, boiling everything. No spices at all. And so when he got to college, it was some kind of, like, food liberation for him. Which, to be honest, it kind of was for me, too. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Griffin, did Rollo
Before
come?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or something.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
It's cold. Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's just...
Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
That's unsanitary. Oh, come on!
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. Yeah, I've told this story numerous times, but one of my favorite moments in college was getting to the cafeteria, which was all you can eat when you get there. Seeing they had those little hash brown crowns, you know, the thin ones? And then just mounding a full-ass plate, literal mound of crowns on this plate with like 4 glasses of orange juice. Skipped class and everything to eat it. It took me like 2 hours. Almost threw up. It was great. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rollo owes me one.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. I'm an adult. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. Good luck, Luca. Hey.
Hey, you find the comic book?
Yep.
And you got the corn dog?
Yep.
Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned this.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad.
Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first.
Oh, sorry.
Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened, with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kinda freaked out.
Rollo,
Still my turn! I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rollo, I don't deserve you.
I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find out some info about your mom.
Snoop where?
Could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all those stuff the clipboards write down?
What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us.
Really?
Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day.
You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. Hey, the aim is a bit unpredictable.
That sounds perfect. And so when does the fountain blow up? Jeff!
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Sorry. Hey Jeff, everything alright?
Huh? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know?
I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Balloons! Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now.
A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about?
Maybe later.
Sure, whenever you want. Mom?
You know, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize.
I know, but we'd been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
Rollo,
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seems nice. Was it nice?
we can still go.
Oh, this is fine.
Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that?
Oh man, we missed the fireworks?
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Well, that was dramatic.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end.
The hell happened with that bomb? What up, Elia? Stay frosty?
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Well, we have a lot of options. Oh yeah, time to be hard. What was it, good cop, hard cop? Fantastic. Are we reading a diary now? No, this has always been a storybook. Well, it is a storybook, and to say it's a choose your own adventure, it is, but it's like on rails. I don't know how to put it. Let's kind of want to stay on the same branch, initial branch. It's time for that good old good cop, hard cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation.
That's an apt description of choose your own adventure. Well, kinda. The problem is that my choices are locked behind bad endings. So it'd be like if, I don't know, you couldn't get to the good ending until after you do the bad ending. Because that's how this game has worked so far. Which is not the case in Choose Your Own Adventure, for the most part.
Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver!
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk.
Now, hold on. Let's just calm down.
Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in the dirt. As for you, Looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or let's just say I never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance!
What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance?
Dance with your mouth, punk! Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house?
I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready.
Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran?
Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, huh?
Blow up the festival? Good lord.
He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Choscos will sing this song. Sorry, I fucking had to.
Where is she now?
She's headed to the source.
Source? What's the source?
It's where
His voice faded to a whisper.
town began. It's where it all began.
What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Repentant. Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began?
We need more information.
Yeah, but we'd better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more?
What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival.
Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Look at this little Pingu. Aren't you a little young to be a librarian? Oh, Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of the keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet. I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you in Rollo, I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Tank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know, I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. We're actually looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing. We sort of don't know.
What you got on the history of the town?
There's the county record archives.
What's in those?
Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great. We'll start there.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop.
We have to keep digging.
If I dig another word, I'm
gonna end up in one of those asinine death records. How old is Rollo? Is he supposed to be the same age? Because that's a big word for a kid his age. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life, till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Rollo shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like...
Beck slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey, hey, hey! We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Your mom's a county record. I can't even... Where's the joke? Where's the joke? Wait, what was that name back? In the obit? J. Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford? That's my grand's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were 2 J. Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your grand is 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Alright, gang. I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Paul's gonna kill me! I gotta go! And my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about that unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. Also, daylight at 10?
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
The hell, she didn't even check the damn cupboard? Uh-oh. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. I just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed.
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing's wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. So what are the chances that jar was poisoned? Because Nuncreed is... Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself.
Oh yeah, he got...
Something was wrong.
Yup, he got dosed. Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
Jam? Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Rest now and let me handle everything. Go to leave work, flat tire, rip. That's the big rip. Won't you
Chapter 9.
work like 5 minutes away from home? Get a jumper back with air compressor in cars, so I got air in it and got it home. Nice. That's yeah, they make plugs. Tire plugs and all that. My brother has a kit that he swears by. I've never needed it, so.
A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival! Tire place is right next door, so if it loses there overnight, I'll get it fixed. There you go. Alright, that's not bad. I recently had to get new tires on my car. Set of 4. Ran, what was it, $910? It was actually a lot better than what I expected. No, it wasn't even that. It was like $840, if I remember right. Around that. It was not as bad as I was expecting. Hope you got them at Costco? Nah, we have a tire place around here. Yours are much cheaper than that? I don't know, I went to look for used ones. Those don't exist. In this economy, they don't exist at least. I got them all new. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators? Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Oh, sly devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran's nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Is this thing... hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and, I suppose you already know that. Oh yeah, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man.
Even that's more than the old cod you deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Alright, where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
He gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Aw, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. I'd be ashamed to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would forever change my life.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pine, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all of my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so, it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim,
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits!
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end.
So many animals and magic is so into it. I like voicing characters. I was having a good time with that. I don't think I got as into it as Rhino did with Norg earlier today. That one was good. Let me go over chat real quick. My tires are much cheaper than that. I used to have an inn for wholesale tires. Nice. I'd get them dirt cheap. Can't anymore, sadly. RIP. Costco tire shop warranty is phenomenal. Hit some junk on the road after getting new tires like 5 years ago. Gouged the sidewall. Even being over 10 kilometers, or 10,000 kilometers, they replaced the tire, no issue. Hell yeah. I don't know what my warranty looks like, but then again, I have had really good luck with tires, so I don't know. Hopefully they last. I generally have pretty decent luck, so.
There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Bring it back. It's time for Good Cop, Sly Cop.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
It even did 3. That's great. What's going on here? You're that multiple girl. Please, call me Beck. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, it turns out we're both here to...
Beck twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yeah, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. If anyone were to find out we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You sure? You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. Wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in Perennial Harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. So, said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it. It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
He's not very bright, is he? You guys catch that? Sure did. The whole time Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf. But all he sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo?
Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf.
Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard the password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letters and number thingies. So U would be 21. N would be 14. D would be...
Oh! It's an anagram! Nuncreed's drugstore!
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Dude, there's no way. How old is he? Rollo, that was incredible.
Well, it's either that or Kren's nude rug store.
Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that?
What can I say? I love ciphers.
Well, I guess we know where to go next. Yeah, the genius idiot. A true genius savant. He's good at one specific thing. Oh, hey there. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tulliver around, have you?
No?
He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. I am fucking awful at anagrams, to be honest. I really like them. But boy, oh boy. You're late, Augustus.
Sorry, sister. I was caught up with work.
Work? You.
I had a few more details to lock down the festival.
What do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about?
I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him.
I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town.
Was.
Excuse me.
This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help.
We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground.
That's just a temporary arrangement.
The glow can be seen from our damned backyard. They're dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future? Or be forgotten in the past?
It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always just be a Gus.
Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow.
It's getting late, children. That was cold. Like, I know Eris is cold. It's like how she is, but damn, dude. This game's got some stingers to it.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not.
And where'd you get the candy from?
You might say we have an arrangement?
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Black licorice? Is that what they said? Black licorice? That stuff is bitter? Or maybe they're doing like, what's that twist licorice that everyone likes? I forget what they call that shit. The ones that you can peel. Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Twizzlers! Yes, that shit, thank you. I don't remember the last time I ate one of those. God, that had to be 2 decades ago, maybe? Shit. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. But whatever floats your boat. Twizzlers are kind of okay. Definitely, I prefer hard candy. Airheads are pretty good when it comes to soft candy, but like Jolly Ranchers and Skittles, those are my jam. Twizzlers are good. Yeah, I mean, candy's candy. You can't go wrong. But definitely, Jolly Ranchers and Skittles are my favorite. You get the non-peely, and then you have something to chew. You like sweet, and Twizzlers just aren't quite there. See, that's the thing. I like sour. That's why I like Jolly Rancher so much. She's so fucking tart. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Wait, was that directed at me? Fuck you, dog.
I like sour gobs.
Hey, fuck you, cat! I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. Cherry Jolly Ranchers and Green Apple are your favorite ones? I haven't had a Jolly Rancher in so long, I couldn't tell you what my favorite is. But I don't eat sweets at all, but definitely my favorite. Magic loves being in pain? Come on, man. It's so... Don't call me out just because it's true. I have to have enough sweets to maintain my personality. What a wonderful way of putting that. Jesus. What you miss? We're talking about candy. Candy! Yeah, that's definitely Skittles and Jolly Ranchers are my favorite. Airheads are probably 3. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. And it's gotta be a good Airhead. You know, like the blue one or the white one. Oh, the white one was sick if I remember. White Airheads? I don't remember what they are, but I remember enjoying the shit out of those. Laffy Taffy? Fuck up my teeth, fam. That's... I don't know. You can't be around Airheads? Wait, why? Also, I mean, I eat sweets maybe once a year during Halloween or something like that. This Halloween, I had, what were they? It was, Rolos and some kind of malted milk ball. They weren't milk duds, something else. Sour fruit candy will kill me if I'm left alone with it. Yeah, my man! Hell yes, sour fruit candy. White and blue Airheads. Yeah, the white ones and the blue ones, I remember. Whoppers, that's it, Whoppers, thank you. Yeah, that was the candy I had last year, was Rolos and Whoppers. Rolos I didn't like at first, but they grew on me very quickly. Give me chocolate and peanut butter combined in any fashion, I'll give you an empty wrapper. I can't do that. Last time I had a peanut butter cup, I threw up. Something about the texture, I think. Definitely didn't go grocery shopping and ended up with mostly sweets. Peanut butter cup is my jam. I figure yeah, I'm probably on the, that's a unpopular opinion about my chocolate and peanut butter. Not a big fan of the combo. Then again, I'm not a big fan of chocolate, so... It's fine, it's once a year to start, but the duration never stated. Hey, you start January 1st, and you end December 30th. 31st. Yeah, 31st. Alright, let me get back to this game. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. Well, he's right. It's locked.
There's gotta be more clues!
Okay, let's see. I get those white chocolate eggs, the Cadbury ones? Eggs. I don't know any other eggs. European chocolate greater than American chocolate? I don't like either for the most part. I can do cake chocolate. Rolos, surprisingly, I liked. I was not expecting to like them. Whoppers were okay. Reese's white chocolate eggs. Some people would argue that white chocolate isn't even chocolate. I'm not one of those people, but some people would argue that. I'm not one of those people because I like white chocolate. Milk chocolate is meh, bring me the dark. Wawa used to have Ritter Sport. Yeah, I don't know that one. Wawa's pretty... The Wawa near me makes good sandwiches. I don't know the rest of my shit. They had one that was hazelnuts instead of biscuits, and now it's Garbo American chocolate. They never have what I want when I want it. My man. I don't remember the last time I went to Wawa for food, though. Though I always get the exact same thing. An Italian sub, the 10-inch Italian sub, lettuce, tomato, salt, pepper, banana peppers, or hot peppers specifically. And oil and vinegar. Every time. No fucking ciabatta this morning, no brisket at the start of lunchtime. See, I never go for that. I always just get the sub. You want a damn Italian sub? Me too! Do yourself a favor. This Thanksgiving, get yourself a gobbler from Wawa. A gobbler? I think I had their turkey bowl once upon a time. The important thing is don't advertise something if you aren't going to have it. Sometimes, like barbecue places, you know, they make a certain amount of food, and then if it's gone, you know? Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing?
Besides Mr. Nungreed, no.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad?
Crin's Nude Rug Store! I mean, Underground Secrets! The password!
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
I've seen a Wagyu burger ad and they don't sell it? What, at Arby's? What would that be, a $20 burger? $30 burger? What the shit? There was a barbecue place near me that was like that. It's out of business now. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how barbecue places work, but there's been one that's cropped up. It's a different owner, like it's a different store, but it's always a barbecue place. And it always closes down in like 2 years. I don't really understand. Alright, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground Secrets. Sounds like that did something.
Great. Now what?
I guess we... Ah!
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it!
You knew there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth?
Of course I did. Didn't I say that?
No.
I definitely thought it. Luca, you remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue number 12 were real?
Rolo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic.
That's why I'm such a good predictor.
It looks like each of these has something written on them. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here?
Not that I know of.
This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes.
Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit the gold.
Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation.
That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late.
Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works.
What does she do?
science stuff. Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got... Oh, sorry. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place?
It's starting to feel like something big.
His suit has a broken mask. So, have we found our mystery warehouse creeper? We've at least found their hazmat suit.
If it walks like a Nuncreed and talks like a Nuncreed,
Let's not jump to conclusions.
just saying.
That's a lot of buttons.
Stand aside, Earthlings. I've heard enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny.
Rollo, what did you do?
Nothing. I didn't even mow it yet.
Mo. I read it Moe.
What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here.
Just get back.
Shit.
Shit. Shit.
Awesome. You all need to come with me now.
We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers.
Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password, but they love anything that makes them feel clever.
They... Who?
That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins.
We don't care about our skins.
Hold on now. I like my skin.
This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him.
Who?
Walt.
You don't get to talk about my dad.
You know, your father and I were friends back before.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this?
That's a lie.
It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee.
What happened?
Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So, you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yup, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He'd found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it.
And my dad said no?
Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous, almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes.
Is there a point to this sob story?
Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. but you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What?
You really don't know? My Gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose.
Juniper?
Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party.
She's going to disrupt the festival. Why would she?
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know?
Apparently she knows a lot of things.
What?
Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today.
And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now! She's in danger, boy!
I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in the town square.
The fountain? But why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source.
What the heck is the source?
If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze it. Dear God, she's going to freeze us all. You all need to run.
Run where?
Away. As far as you can from this town.
That's fine.
Head west and don't look back.
I made the t-shirt cannon noise. That did not go how I expected.
So... we're totally following him, right?
Totally.
See you on the other side.
You good? Yep. I love this town. Dude, I love the noise.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along.
Carom?
She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
That was... intense? Yeah.
I think I might have parted with some fluids in there.
Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold.
Doesn't look like it got in any of us.
It didn't feel like we traveled that far.
So where did it all go?
This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. This is very obviously post-explosion town. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed on all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of a town.
Oh, I got it! It's so obvious now! Mr. Nuncreed's an alien!
Rollo.
Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures.
Oh boy, here we go.
The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through these metallic wormholes back there.
It's like worm-holes. It's like, wait a sec, that's not right.
The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing.
You never really had me. But you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. Vlinny? Oh, classic.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town.
Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over the torch. You don't understand what you're doing.
How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change.
Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets.
No, that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage. And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow.
Yeah, one word entered Luca's mind.
Gran stared at
Chill.
Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This'll all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall.
Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to.
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
All right. It looks like we have one more little branch there. We'll see. We have to go to the other timeline though. Way back when Rollo joins us and gets lost.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left.
This was where we
Flight.
started the day. This was the exact scene we started the day on.
He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
What? On what? Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. Fine. We know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs.
Yo, we are skipping around.
They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. And what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Follow me. Yeah, and we're back. What's the readout? Sitting just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? I'm sorry, these all Kermits? Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. It is really hard to tell who's the good guy here. Is there a good guy here? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out the letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weepwood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. I'll see what I can do. Snowballs? Oh, it worked.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
That doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before. It was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source? You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. I need Tim Curry to explain at the end.
Space!
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Care. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. I've missed tons, but here's my guess. The shitty harvest happened, company came in, moved them to hotels for cleaning, fucked the town in ice, rebuilt the town, and brought them back. As to why and how? No idea. That is my uneducated guess. I think we are... Actually, yeah, that might be the case. Parallel town? I was thinking parallel, like, dimension kind of thing. But yeah, it could be... They rebuilt the town, yeah. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed, and everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry.
By the way, anyone want to look up what 258 Kelvin is in Fahrenheit and Celsius for me?
Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day.
It's 4.7 Fahrenheit. Very cold. Okay.
As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
Thank you. The way the snow covered everything over, it's kinda calming. Yeah. I hadn't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sorta froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course! Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights?
Iggy shrugged.
It's something to do. You're being an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. Yeah, you wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
Iggy now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Well, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet, and she already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
Sorry, that was such a fucking corny line. I love it. We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all
Luca's
this.
eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. Aren't they gonna freeze to death?
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. "Aw, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this." The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. "It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you?" Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. "Remember what?" The doppelganger pointed to the couch. "The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us." Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. "That's not true. He didn't abandon us." The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. "Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Let me show you." The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went." He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. "Do you remember what we did next?" Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. "Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this." She was scared. His father stepped forward. "What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them." Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading, "I can't lose you." Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. "What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in.
Dad's going out for milk.
Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
Who the
A
fuck
figure
are you?
approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall.
Mouse?
It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Hey, get your hands off me!
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger,
Dad went out for smokes. Turns out cigarettes are illegal in this town. He had to go a couple towns over.
Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were sleeping minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me. You.
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-headed, scoffy-necked furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait! Do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are. You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well. I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
And open.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate and Weepwood? Or are we teleported to some alternate universe? Or this is all some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here, but the town you've called home for past several years is a replica. Damn, Mesh! A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. Is that the first time that wasn't narrated? I think that was the first time it wasn't narrated. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why indeed?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they could...
He looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home...
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy! It's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through the Weepwood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, They stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes. That's the most delicate yikes I've ever heard in my life.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Yeah, good response. Beautiful. Yikes. We gotta hide. $259K. Fall off distance, still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved the whole town of people. Doesn't it feel like it sometimes? Or it doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth. Isn't that a little on point, on the nose game? The truth is overrated.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey! Don't be such a downer, dude! We took this job to change the world! Come on, it's almost lunchtime. Did he just like... Did he just like Michael Jackson slide his way off stage? Here, I thought I was the jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on graves.
Luca stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Need some advice?
He gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover? Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did! They lied to everyone! Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah! Karen and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right? And that mentioned something about a source.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate would have happened to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Would they have not seen the footprints? As you can tell, the footprints get covered up very quickly. I say as you can tell, it's pretty small, I guess. But the footprints do get covered up pretty quickly, so... It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh, heavens no! Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Oh, shucks. Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow.
I feel like that is just VidGam. What, the footprints and all that? I think it's indicative that, like, the wind is howling so much that it's covering up the tracks. I think that's kind of what they're getting at.
Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. Out of all the consistencies in this game, I don't know how long they were sleeping, but it couldn't have been very long, I think. Because, it is -4 degrees or whatever. Or it's 4 degrees, -15 Celsius, and, that's ridiculously cold. Especially considering it looks like one of them is in Luca's in sandals or something. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I, came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give the kids. The good stuff. So why'd you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing chores at Rolo's chicken coop, and you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yup. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. But when I came back from him later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found them and tossed them.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved, it was us. Unbelievable. And now we have... Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotten children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to a Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? You really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast off, loser. Yo, fucking got him, son.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! Echo! Oh, no, I have a filter for this. Not a good filter, but... Echo! I don't know how well that was, but whatever. Whoa! I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole! How do we smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr, where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Rats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various... complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is, we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. Hey, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialties. True? Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? He wants to stick the fire earth, put the fireworks in the hole. Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. Bup, bup, bup. What is that? That's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool! Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Oh! Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference, they're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr is out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
I don't know what that is. I'm not humming that. Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. No, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. You know.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's your only way out of this mess. 2 birds with 1 stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. No one dies today.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
RIP!
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Then let's do the wrong thing?
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Oh shit! Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempus liquamina? Tempus liquamina. Is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all of this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to die. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny.
And no ad-libbing? I mean, Iggy was, he was born to die. So, also, we are at like the 6-hour mark for streaming this game, basically. And I don't feel like we're that close.
To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
What? No, that's not real.
Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
Beautiful.
Wait, that's it?
This
ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Do I have definitive? Oh. There is another thing here. Interesting. You only did 2 hours Friday, checks out. Yeah, but like the game, the how long to beat says 5 hours with 6 hours doing like everything. So we're at the 6-hour mark. Though I have been fumbling about doing shit like this talking to you guys, so.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? Oh, I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were...
Gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How?
You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now.
You were exposed.
Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big.
I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now there's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. The stuff is time goo? Then what the fuck happened to Iggy? That kid went blind in one eye.
You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago. Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency.
Iggy gonna climb out the sources super Iggy? Dude's gonna get so sick of curry, he's gonna go brawly on him. I turned old age? Yeah, maybe. Though he got all fucking mangled kinda too, so I don't know.
She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus liquamen.
Liquamen.
There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that's what change is all about. No, you're right, it's time, because it turned the cat's... Her hair went gray. Beck. The lion, since he was just a cub, the stuff that touched grew. So it was like his face grew, I guess. His eye went blind. Yeah. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me. I will not. This town has a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated... Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you too. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please? Don't you all see this festival is a sham? An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. Now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so that she can get the help she needs.
She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is...
The fuck is happening? That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir.
Take them away. No, I want to see this. The ever-tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite a thorn in my side. The kid? Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir. It was a shame, it's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Oh my god, he's the dude, but reversed aged. Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion,
Sharper.
he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No!
Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard!
Dude, how many more? Oh, fuck.
I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again.
Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr?
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward!
Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so.
Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent could give. The opportunity to prove yourself in my absence. Squandered. To say I am disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus. An adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse. A son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where's Joseph? You didn't take this opportunity to slip off, did you? There he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because you left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again. And I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? You think that buffed up Blatherskip? What is that? Could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride.
Indignant!
He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. Blatherskip, yes. Blathers. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire, at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It truly was the role of a lifetime. Wait, so this Bill Kerr was Pat C. the whole time? Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part.
Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple.
I'm not afraid of you.
The young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you.
You can't do this.
Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. And now, time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
I have a problem. So we just got another one, Malice, right? There is a pin that we haven't used yet. I got one, what was it? Incendiary? I have not seen Incendiary. We've got... I think we have like another hour of this, to be honest.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes,
This is when we got sent into the ground by Nuncreed.
like a trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this all to be over.
Of course, I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough.
I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all.
Nuncreed could have solved the Sharper issue. He could have, but he got paid off. Who's this dog? Humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree, this is all a little more than sad. It's worse than sad, it's boring. What if we did a little something to spice it up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled?
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Yeah, hold on. Where is my pins? Yeah, what is it? Incendiary is something I have not used yet. Where is it? Ah, right there. Oh, and pungent, I guess. Look! When was the last time you saw a fucking gerbil with a tail, boys? Look at this! When did you fucking see a gerbil with a tail? I've never seen no goddamn gerbil with a tail! I am unable to locate you on our staff roll. I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. That's a chipmunk? That's what I'm saying! I've never seen no goddamn gerbil with a tail! That's a fucking chipmunk! Rollo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Rollo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag.
Beanbag.
He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo." Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. "A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together." Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. "Wait? For what?" Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. "That's up to you." Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real?" Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. "Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me." Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. "And you?" The doppelganger choked back tears. "I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone." Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. "I think so." His father pulled him in for an embrace. "Time to go, Buckaroo." Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor. A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5.
Bro,
Dangers big and
we're all the
small.
way back in 5. Holy shit.
Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Rollo? Who the Rollo! Stop right there, or I'll...
Sheesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me.
Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now or I'll clobber you with the baseball bat.
Whoa, 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 take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo.
Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Uncle? Where is he? Uncle?
Luca, quit messing around. It's me.
If it really is you, prove it.
Flamin' Chicken Coop Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped.
Flaming chicken coop, Luca. There you go.
He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo. Only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you?
When I was running away, I ran into more of those people in yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away.
Wait, where did they take you?
Don't know, they threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big, look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Big, dumb orange cat. Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers. Rollo, it wasn't just your hands.
My feet too?
Dang, Pa just made me new shoes.
Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo!
Rollo, what did they do to you?
They made me drink some sort of green crud.
Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kind of tasted like licorice.
I passed out and woke up like this.
And then I sort of smashed open my cage and escaped. Oh, you smashed open a cage? Kinda.
At least, I think I did.
It's all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it.
Fix it?
This is awesome! Well, I'm just glad you're safe now.
Luca, you don't need to worry about me.
Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on!
Oh yeah, it's on this version she got white fur, so she dyed it.
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Take cover!
Did I come at a bad time?
Who the heck are you?
This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I didn't know where else to go. So, you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know, this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. And that's fair. How'd you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control? I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I can hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca? This is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rollo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
Anything you can say around me, you can say around him. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it?
Yeah?
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Just need to play cool. Oh, no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? It kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You're the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck! He is! Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know, I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come over and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. But not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. But that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more...
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie.
Wait. First of all, this town does not suck.
Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look.
Great, can we get back to the story now?
The next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial in something worth listening to.
Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr?
Yes, I'm busy. What is it?
Apologies. I have the founder on the line.
Patch him through immediately.
One moment.
Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Modwell seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she has finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her. The long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir. I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are an endgame, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? It's just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all the things you've done for me. Bill, I'm going to make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You're only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like, actually killing someone? Capital murder?
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who's the founder? I was hoping you guys would know.
No, as far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at perennial harvest.
You sounded scared of this founder guy.
So we haven't even topper banana on the field?
What the hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Beck, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. It's 2 days away. Won't you just come home after work? The creep on the radio said they were going to hold her there until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome mat from my mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys! We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist!
Chapter 6. The Heist.
Wait until they reveal the toppest of bananas. Yeah, the sundae of bananas. I was gonna ask what the best way to eat bananas is, but we all know the answer is banana bread, so no need to even talk about it.
They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat, a modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
I have opinions about what you just said. Why would you have opinions about a fact? It's a fact. Who cares? Like, your opinions mean nothing. A nothing in a sea. A sea of nothing. Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me? Cordial's my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your new...
He waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? She'll be so happy. I'm alive, she won't even notice.
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
And, Beck, you're sure Ilona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. When she understands the danger Nellie is in, well, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Jeff, then Iggy. How are you gonna persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. I present to the court peanut butter banana sandwich. You are the devil. This man gets incarcerated immediately. I've never heard such a wrong opinion in my life. In my damn life. Banana marshmallow fluff sandwich? I know of the fluffer nutter. The hell's banana and marshmallow fluff? Banana cream pie? Obviously inferior to banana bread. What are you... You fucking up, man. Peanut butter banana sandwich is great. Under what planet could a peanut butter banana sandwich ever be better than banana bread? I'm not arguing whether it's good. Banana pudding with those Nilla wafers, those would be a close, not even close, those would be second. Banana bread is the ultimate way of eating bananas. End of story. Thank you for agreeing with me. Hey, Jeff.
What can I do you for?
Well, I know how much you hate perennial harvest.
Hate's a strong word.
Oh, sorry, I mean...
I didn't say it was the wrong word.
Gotcha. So we're gonna break into their headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
Yes, see, I knew you kids are alright.
Great. So you'll
The
help?
joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance.
But
Give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you rascals.
Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
oh my god. Fight!
I've done enough fighting for one lifetime, more than my share of losing. Time's come to hang up the gloves.
Luca wasn't. He shouted out.
Shit! It's all shit. I still ain't helping. Ain't that some shit?
Dude, I love doing crazy old man voice. Banana just great. I would argue banana is the worst of the fruit. But we've talked about that ad nauseum, so whatever.
Jeff's
Hide.
brow perked up.
What'd you say?
Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do. But you'll never hear him say I hid from nothing.
One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed?
Some sort of disguise.
I got just the worst.
I read worst in chat.
Got just the thing.
And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy.
This ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it.
Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning.
Alright, now we need Iggy and Tish, who are gods knows where. Worst fruit is grapefruit. You know, to be honest, I can't say I've ever had grapefruit, so I don't know. Where the hell are Iggy and Tish? Then again, I do like me some citrus, so probably not gonna convince me on that one. Hey, Tish, look who it is! Luca, you trying to tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of shit to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately, life has been kinda... hard, you know?
Hard?
Well, yeah, life's always hard. Get over it, we ain't interested. Shit. They want life is strange?
knew that he tried-
They want me to say the words? Is that allowed?
Iggy gave.
Life is strange, you know?
Iggy considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So, I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we... break our hostilities, at least for now. We do like breaking things. Even if a truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on? I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out in the treehouse sometime.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. Now, because we want to see your crappy treehouse, we just like to cause chaos.
With a quick nod, Luca was off.
Did you hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A
treehouse.
single tear ran down Tish's cheek.
Holy shit, she spoke.
Yup. I never expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time. Something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. "We're locked and loaded on my end." And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
True. Also, we're encroaching the 5-hour mark. We're finishing this today. I said so, I'm making it reality.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Got your delivery here.
Delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning.
Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be.
I suppose we can leave this one off the records.
Delivery. A pain.
With a stroke
have a
of
present.
his mustache,
It's paid.
Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits.
Package for the founder?
Going back from one voice to the other has been difficult.
Oh, I didn't hear anything about...
Yes, this is a need-to-know kind of thing.
I'll just check.
He stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
Kermit?
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in.
Oh, I see. If you could just complete this form.
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Dude, it is surprisingly difficult to go from whatever I'm doing with Rollo to Kermit. That's actually a really difficult jump.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral.
I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
I have to do the every time to get into his voice.
Rollo panicked.
Our harvest awaits.
Sir? That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir.
Our harvest awaits.
Ready to light this candle, Tish?
Yup.
Suck on this, perennial ham fist. What was that?
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain
was
his
that?
confidence.
I have to do the It's weird.
Just open the damn door. I got a job to
The
do.
clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
Kermit. I should check on that noise.
Oh, come on. Just buzz me in.
Okay. I give up. I can't bounce back and forth. Wait, where did he get the fireworks? Our harvest awaits.
Hey, I figure when in doubt, stick with the classics.
Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rolo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep, deep engineering is to the north.
I'll go with Beck, in case you need some muscle.
I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Not even any cups for the water. Is there a map? I get no map. Just wandering until it works. Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A veneer of confusion flashed across
Water,
Solomon's
drink,
face.
water, drink, water, bitch. Oh, drink, water, drink, water, drink, water, bitch. Oh.
It's true, though. Drink water. Yeah, everyone should hydrate. Get your cups.
His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I'm most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Dang. Okay, you should stick with me. We got the plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rolo and Becker headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We gotta get out of here. We can't leave just yet. But they'll catch us again. I got something to do first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down this way.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is! So it is. It's pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like that.
Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
Just wait a minute. Oh my god.
Well, I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy.
Good afternoon.
The light on the
Kermit
keypad
Frog.
changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Okay, quick, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rolo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel.
Great timing. We're stuck at locked door mark number 24601. Need you to get us through.
What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password?
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd password Rolo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. Yeah, these villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are as impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rollo, I think this should do it. Bingo bango! Doors open, Luca! You never fail to impress. What is that slippery lout even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Okay, Luca, I think we're close. The next door is marked number 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock? Crap, we've got company! Luca must go faster! One sec, I can't think with all this noise.
He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is, number 13806. Go, go, go! Curse these fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you're just trying to help. Sir?
Sir, I need to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
Great, no water cups.
Sir, your car's extended warranty. Please, sir. Sir. Sir.
Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in!
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms, they're trapped.
With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Kick him in the shin! That little shit just kicked me! Don't just stand there after them! Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have him on a wild goose chase. I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rolla, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Honey, what did you do to your hair? Yeah, this ain't no goddamn gerbil. Rhina, you linked me a gerbil with a tail? This ain't no goddamn gerbil. Ain't no way this is a gerbil. Nope. That tail, it don't make sense. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend? Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamels of the molars, consistent with Tempest liquamine. What was it? Liquamine? Yeah, liquamine exposure. Is that what you call a skunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. It told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. Wellspring. They named it Tempest liquamine. Liquamine. Liquamin? It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relation to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest liquamin into the product. Liquid men. Kojima is frantically scribbling down notes. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time. But it led to complications.
The foul harvest.
Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempus liquamine is rebellious.
Rebellious?
You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists, yes. I can relate to that. My role is to finish off the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott. Harnessing Tempus liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Nellie sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes.
Oddities?
They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them, and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. It sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I've sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kara had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio.
That's why we gotta get you out of here.
I just... Like, now? Wait, the vial! I finally solved the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it.
Look, we got Dr. Modewell. Heading your way now.
Roger that. Be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what is your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Malice 80 proof whiskey. Hard drink for a hard man.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
Even his alcohol is arrogant. I should just smother you right now. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system. Time card logs. Payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. It looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time will
Luca
tell.
held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently.
Who did you see leave?
I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it!
Locked.
That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards.
Did they follow you? Rollo.
Before we start tossing blame around, it is possible someone ordered a pizza?
We'd love to hear your thoughts.
Definitely not pizza. What now?
Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business.
We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions.
Oh, just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Everyone else, huddle up. Oops! I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. Dr. Modwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. The powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer. All connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Now you've got it. Tempus liquamine. You discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell, very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional,
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
and the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did, admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of
Before
the...
he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a taste.
Luca jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him! It's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. They're chucking the ooze. It's the secret of the ooze, boys. They're babies. Move another inch and I smash it.
She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I smash? I'll smash it, I swear. Fine. Risk killing us all. Or, if you're lucky, nothing happens. What then? We capture you and grant you much less leniency.
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there's only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it! We can't trust that jerk! I'm sorry, he's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father always was a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three, keep post outside the door. Well, crap.
I can't believe Beck sold us out like that.
I'm not sure she had any other choice.
So what now? What's the plan?
I don't have one.
Of course you do. You always have a plan.
Rollo.
You just need some time.
Rollo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey. Sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just... we were so close. I got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. That is the single most interesting turn of phrase I've heard in a long time. That's funny. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Time wounds all heals. Holy shit. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in the office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find means of escape, but I found something else. A note hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short, so he left behind a letter with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents... Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She'd been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest liquamine.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. Give me one second. It's a little late for this, but... He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. And it cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where's she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Oh shit. She didn't use the explosives on the, this... Oh, that might be a turning point here. Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo.
Oh, hey, Mrs. Lucas Gran. That's awfully nice of you. But I'm fine.
Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We gotta stop him!
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No!
Well, I guess that's it. We lost.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Would she swap it?
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
You know what? We're gonna go with... Actually, the story's theme is change. We're gonna go change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like, pocket change?
Your unlucky penny. Yep, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Babies!
Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we...
What do we do what Valentines always do? What must be done? I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for father, or young Sharper.
That would be a great help, thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue. Beacon Pine's coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Rollo, are you up yet?
Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. You gonna swing by?
Be there in a minute. This might be a happy ending? No one died, miraculously. I hear you and Rollo have big plans for that little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rolo, 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand. But at least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Ilona's shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into that school of agriculture up at State. Also, Nellie said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. Just can't help but worry about leaving Rolo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my stupid little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't mean grown, literally. This morning, or I don't just mean grown, literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, because it'll go to his head, but I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. This seems like such an anti-climax. Does anyone else feel that way? A little higher.
Yup.
A little lower.
Yup.
A little higher.
Yup.
I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of an antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic till we get back. Oh, me? Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone.
Yup.
You'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit.
Ah, you're right. Lead the way.
Like, I'm sure this is great and all. I'm not even gonna talk to other people. I know it's great going. Well, I'm gonna talk to her. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Solomon, Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, you know, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Modwell, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. Two activities I am endeavoring to find less distasteful. I think you're doing a great job, and the whole town is ready to help out however we can. Can't wait to teach him how to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. I don't know, something about, like, not dealing with the source, whatever the source is. Holy crap, that pregnant bunny lady had 5 kids.
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on. None's too big, none's too small. For Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next?
Those bunnies grow up so fast. Not that way. At least we didn't brainwash him. Not for lack of trying. No, we should have. If Joker taught me anything, it's that's how you solve problems. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You're officially moved in. It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root-worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't going to be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. Like, what happened to Kerr in all of them?
Tree.
My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines. And thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. Well, they know about it. They say as it warms up, so I'm guessing they sealed off the source. We'll find our answers when we get there, I think.
Ah, you got it. Now that's a good-looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this ride's on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
A good little tree.
The best little tree.
Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything.
Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good?
Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling?
Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello.
Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you.
I know, you don't even have to say it.
You two make an awesome pair.
Excuse me? We're a trio now.
Yep. Thanks.
There's just one thing missing now that you're part of our group.
Missing?
Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic.
Oh, God. I won't be long.
We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found a perfect way to start our summer.
You got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're gonna forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Hey, Dad. Dr. Modwell says that over the next few years, this place should warm up. So you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharp or stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. But that didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. I don't know that I would call this a video game, to be honest. Kirsten Mize. It was a novel. It was, yeah, it was a novel. I think by definition, a video game has to have like a fail state. This did and does not. All of the quote-unquote fail states were part of the story. And this was way longer than the damn How Long to Beat said. Look, I'm gonna look it up right now. Hold on. How Long to Beat Beacon Pines. I'm gonna click it. Main story, 5.5 hours. Completionist, 6.5 hours. I am on hour 7.5. So I don't know who all is saying... I don't know, dog. Either way. That's not to say that I didn't enjoy this, because I did. Very much. It was a good story. Cat barf? Nice. No, this was a great story. I liked it a lot. And only game 1 in what is going to be a year of narrative games. Not the year of narrative games, but... small sample size? No, it's most of these. 128 people polled. Main at 5 hours and 30 minutes on average. Main plus 640. So... I like this a lot. And we have so many other narrative games to go through. We have the third game of Life is Strange. We have Road 96. We got As Dusk Falls. We have a variety of narrative games that we're going to get to, but you know, one thing at a time. I really did enjoy this. It was different than what I expected, but it certainly wasn't bad. A charming little game. Nellie's a damn chipmunk. I will accept no other things. Cute? It was cute. And had interesting theming. It had some really adult theming going on, but it was a very cute game. So, which seems to be a trend, but not one that I'm upset with. That said, I can't believe you guys stuck with me through this. Thank you. 5 hours and 40 minutes on this stream, so... that was a long one. I started at 3 and it's 8:30. I would normally have already been in the middle of dinner. But I said I was finishing it and we're finishing it. And we did. LOL. Lamau even? What was it, names? Oh, there's just Rick. I like Rick. Rick Roach Riggs. Rumsey. Sam B. Sophie Swallow and Scamp the Doggo. Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much to say. I like these narrative games. It worked out. This was really nice. We have another game that is stylized in this, but is an actual video game called Fuga. That we will get to at some point, but just admiring the conviction. Oh. We are done with this, though. So, tomorrow is something new, and Wednesday is something new. Yeah, Fuga. Fuga will not be either of those. But we'll see. I appreciate everyone hanging out. It was a long-ass stream. Go decompress, do whatever you need to do, stop placating me. You know, just go live your life now. I release you from this stream. But I do appreciate you. Go enjoy the rest of your night. Go eat some good food. And stay hydrated. Drink water, bitch. Good night, friends.